Back on record, call a couple of matters. One on page 5, pretrial of Destiny Charles. Is Miss Charles going to be here? I'm sorry. No, that's sometimes I'm easily confused. No, I've got yes. That's a good morning, sir. Andrew Arneal Burke. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Matter set for pretrial. I'll turn to the parties for the status of the matter. Morning, sir. Do you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
No, Your Honor.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to an amended charge of negligent driving in the first degree. Plea form tells me you're 34 years of age. You have an associate's degree. I assume you have no difficulty at all reading, understanding, together with your attorney, the plea form.
No, Your Honor.
And you've gone over the plea form and feel you understand what you're doing by entering a plea to a criminal charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum regardless of what's recommended by the parties. And that would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. You realize that?
Yes, Your Honor.
With that in mind, with regard to one count of negligent driving in the first degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on August 9th, 2024, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Turn to the city. Recommended sentence? Recommended sentence?
Where it's 34 years old and started United States.
Do you have anything to add? No. Mr. Burke, you have a right to tell me anything you wish. You don't have to say anything that if you want me to know anything about your situation, now's the time.
I messed up, Your Honor.
Mr. Burke, first, I'm going to follow the recommendation. And 90 days in jail, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. At the recommendation of your attorney, I'm not going to impose any fine given your situation. I understand you're about to be deployed, and the judgment and sentence will reflect that you're free to leave the state of Washington and not to be held within state with regard to this charge. I hope your attorney has done an excellent job in getting you probably about just an absolutely excellent result in this matter. The good news is you're here, you're healthy, nobody got hurt, nobody got killed. You may have read in the news or seen in the news lately a couple of hockey players back east. One had just signed a $60 million contract. Sister was going to get married the next day. Brothers, got run over and killed by somebody who'd been drinking and driving. And that made the news because of the fame of the people involved, but that's something that happens every day, all day. And I'm certainly hoping you've learned from this. Your city's put you in a position where minimal damage has been done to you. I'm certainly hoping you've learned from this experience and it will not at all be repeated. Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
And we'll sign off on the judgment and sentence. Good. Other. Signing the judgment and sentence as we speak. Given my age, it was a little easier for me to sign these things by hand, but something of a computer dinosaur. Mr. Burke, again, I'm wishing you the best of luck. There is the concealed weapon permit. I'm assuming that's going to be dismissed as part of the, so ordered. It's as part of the plea bargain. Yeah, the concealed weapon laws are a little confusing in the state of Washington. That's easy to run afoul of them, but that charge will be dismissed. I've signed the judgment and sentence. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left for both you and your attorney. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself and thank you for your service.
Thank you for your support, Your Honor.
You have a good day. Counsel, thank you. Do you have the jail on county? If you have a quick matter to. Mr. Robinson, I'll call that matter now. Where is he at this? I'm aware of that. I was aware of that. Sure. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know what that, yeah. Not familiar with what the county. I'll note the non-appearance for that purpose. How far would you like to go? I understand this. We'll go to November 7th. Is that, we can go to November 7th, November 21st. Is that too far out? Not far enough? Well, certainly, you can renote it. Looking at a notice of a hearing, and for the record, I'm noting the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes only. Resetting the matter to November 21st. A notice of hearing will be sent to Mr. Robinson at the Thurston County Jail, and you can pick up a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. 11:21, 9 a.m. Word of the parties. Got it? Yes. Hearing no objection. Pulling up the order of dismissal, signing that is that with or without prejudice? With prejudice. And you have contacted Ms. Quinn. I will wish her the best of luck. I've signed the order of dismissal. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Do you have anything brief at this time, or go to the chair? It's all my fault, I'm sure. Wait, I can. What do you think? I apologize for not catching that. Burke, again, good luck. You take care. Sorry to hold you up here, but I'm not perfect. You have a good day. With that, we'll go to the in custody calendar. Good morning, Mr. Haverco. Are you able to hear me?
I am, Your Honor. This is Mr. Norton.
Good morning. We'll take your matters at this time.
Okay, so 2 weeks or 4 weeks. Probably 4 or so. So at Mr. Norton's request, based on his other Puyallup case, we'd like to reset the pretrial hearing 4 weeks. So not the next court date, but the week after.
At the request of the of the defendant will reset the matter out 4 weeks for a pretrial.
And I think Mr. Support regarding some kind of treatment issue.
I was wondering if we could pay for, a drug and alcohol chemical dependency assessment. I've had one done this year, but apparently they only last 30 days, so I have that one done while I'm in custody.
I'm not sure I caught that. The electronics here aren't that good.
Oh, he was, I don't know, I'm gonna speak a little louder. I'm standing a little closer to the computer. He wanted to know if the court could somehow pay for a new chemical dependency assessment.
Unfortunately, I don't have any control over that at all. So Norton, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We'll reset the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah. Yeah, we'll send, Mr. Malakowski.
Want me to get you a chair?
No. Your Honor, this is Mr. Nowakowski.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Full name Bradley, middle initial W. Nabokowski.
Yeah,
Matter set for a pretrial hearing. Mr. Nabokowski, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's a statement of defendant plea of guilty in the O courts, and it's going to be on item number 2, entering a plea to the theft, and then to the count 2 criminal trespass, but amended to criminal trespass 2nd degree, and then upon the court's acceptance of those pleas, the city would then also move to dismiss item number 1, which is the criminal trespass charge.
Mr. Nabokowski, you disagree with anything Mr. Havercoat just said?
no, sir.
Looking at a statement of defendants, well, I will in a minute. Bonnie, could you look at the screen here? I just lost. Mr. Nabokowski, I'm now looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree and 1 count of criminal trespass 2nd degree, amended down from criminal trespass 1st degree with an agreed dismissal of citation ending in number 3766, that being criminal trespass 1st degree. Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney?
Yeah,
If you had any question about what it meant to enter a pleas of guilty, were your questions answered?
yes,
Plea form tells me you're 30 years of age. Any difficulty reading, understanding the English language?
no,
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum. That would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine for theft. Criminal trespass 2nd degree is a simple misdemeanor, maximum 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Mr. Nabokowski, as to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 2nd, 2020. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
guilty,
Criminal trespass 2nd degree, same date, November 2nd, 2020. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
guilty,
I'll find the pleas to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and the statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Mr. Havercoat, as to the recommendation, anything to add?
Oh, nothing to add, Your Honor. It's just credit for time served recommendation, and the city's not asking for any financial obligations. He's indigent. He doesn't have any ability to pay. Would ask the court to follow that.
Mr. anything you'd like to tell me?
No.
Mr. Nowakowski, your matters go back to 2020. They're over 4 years old. The only reason you're there in custody is I couldn't get you to come to court. I would release you on your promise to appear and you wouldn't, time and again. I'm going to follow the recommendation, all jail time suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior and that alone. I'm not going to impose any fine, but you stay out of trouble, you're not going to be back where you are now, okay?
All right.
So, unless you're being held on some other matter, you will be released on the Yelm hold today. I'm going to wish you the best of luck and remind you the keys to the jail are right there in your pocket. Stay out of jail. Stay out of trouble. Take care of yourself.
You too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's up. Ms. Ganem, good morning. We'll take your matters now. Are you able to hear me? It looks like you're muted.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, thank you. I'm here on 2 matters this morning, both ready to be resolved.
Okay, we'll call Ms. Charles, why don't you step forward, have a seat at the council table. Good morning to you. For the record, your full name is Destiny, middle initial L, Charles. Your attorney is on record here by way of Zoom. I'll address her with regard to the status of your matters. You're here for 2 things: 1, a pretrial hearing, and 2, an arraignment on a new charge. Ms. Ganem, go ahead.
And Your Honor, with regard to the new charge, I believe the city has a motion for that. With regard to the matter on for pretrial, parties have reached a resolution and we are prepared to enter an SOC to that matter.
I'm looking at the SOC on the screen in front of me. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, I did have the opportunity to review this document with my client. I've explained that she is essentially entering into a contract with the city where she is agreeing to abide by certain conditions, and in exchange, after a period of 3 months, if she is in compliance with the terms, the city has agreed to dismiss this charge. I've reviewed each of the terms as well as the rights that she is waiving by entering into this contract. I do feel she is proceeding knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I would ask the court to accept this SOC.
Ms. Charles, your attorneys worked out an agreement under the terms of which 3 months down the road, this charge will be dismissed. It'll go away. And that's going to depend on, it's out of her hands now and into yours. What you've got to do is most importantly, take care of yourself and make sure you do what you need to do to ensure that we don't have a repeat of what brought you here in the first place. Okay? You look healthy. You look well. It's good to see you in that condition. I'm going to approve of the order. And again, the most important thing is stay out of trouble. And as your attorney indicated, in return for the agreement to get the charge dismissed, you've given up your rights to go to trial, to have witnesses. If there's a violation of the agreement and the city proves the violation, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, nothing more. And that'll almost certainly result in a conviction for a pretty serious criminal charge. So you have a chance to get it dismissed. I'm going to urge you to take it. Ms. Ganem, anything further in this matter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And I assume there's a motion to revoke the no contact order that was entered.
That's correct, Your Honor.
We'll do that. And I assume the city has a motion with regard to the matter on for arraignment. I assume that. Order granted. Ms. Charles, the new charge is going to be dismissed, but I want to tell you that it's important to abide by these no contact orders. I understand there's a lot I'm not going to say here, but you need to take care of yourself, and in order to do that, sometimes we need to go outside ourselves and ask for some assistance from others with regard to that. I'm going to sign the stipulated order of continuance. I'm going to send your attorney a copy of that. You'll be able to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. What I want you to do is look it over carefully, read it, and if you have any question at all, ask Ms. Ganem to clarify any question you might have. If you have any questions of me, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. The no contact order is lifted as of now. You're free to have contact with Mr. Charles, who's waiting patiently. Again, I wish you the best of luck. Any questions at all? Take care of yourself. Ganem, you have one more matter, and that is Mr. Stevens, or Miss.
Yes, Your Honor. It's Mr. Stevens. Come on up, Mr. Stevens.
Stevens, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. For the record, your name is Dominique Alione Stevens. Good morning. Your attorney is present by way of Zoom. I'll address her with regard to the status.
Thank you, Your Honor. And similarly with this matter, parties have reached a resolution by way of a stipulated order of continuance. I've completed the form and uploaded it into OCourts, and I did review this with Mr. Stevens. I've explained again that he is entering into a contract with the city where he agrees to abide by certain conditions. And after a period of 4 months, the city has agreed to dismiss if he is in full compliance with the conditions. I've reviewed the rights that he is waiving by entering into this agreement, as well as reviewed the conditions that he would need to abide by in order to get the benefit of the dismissal at the end. I do feel he is proceeding with this stipulated order of continuance knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and I would ask the court to accept it. Thank you.
Go ahead. Did you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said? No, those. This is going to be a little repetitious. You may have just heard this, and in fact, I'm pretty sure you have. Things I just said. This is a contract negotiated by your attorney with the city, under the terms of which this will go away. It will be dismissed in time. And whether that happens or not is up to the person I'm looking at right now. It's up to you. Your attorney's put you in that position. It's up to you to follow through with the agreement. Now, if you violate the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial. The city proves you've violated. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction. The conditions are over the next fairly short period of agreement here, 4 months, stay out of trouble. Pay a $250 court costs. You can pay that $85 a month beginning October 12th. That's the most important part of this is agreement is you stay out of trouble. Learn from the experience. We all make mistakes. We need to learn from them, and if not, we're kind of condemned to repeat them. I don't want to see you repeat the situation that got you here, okay? Stevens, any question at all? Ms. Ganem, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
What I want you to do, Mr. Stevens, again, is go to the window, get a copy of the SOC, and look it over carefully. And if you have any questions at all, please call Ms. Ganem for clarification. Okay. Good luck to you. Thank you, sir. Take care. Ms. Ganem, thank you. Nothing further, I take it.
Yes, thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You as well. Take care. But we'll go on record. Docket number 1, Christopher Bertrand. Matter set for pretrial at this time. I'll defer to counsel for the status of the matter.
This is, you put the Bertrand one first? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's Attorney Jake Brown here on behalf of Christopher Bertrand. Mr. Bertrand.
Sorry to hear that.
So this is not Mr. Bertrand.
Oh,
I have two cases. We're handling the 3-4 one first. Mr. Bertrand, I did talk to him yesterday. A little bit better. We're in contact with his dad.
Signing an order resetting it to November 7th. As we speak, we'll wish him the best of luck. Hopefully he continues to get better. That's all we can do. And I apologize to you, sir, for
All good. No worries. This is the Aiden Conlon.
Conlon. For the record, Aiden Sean Conlon. Again, I'll defer to your attorney for the status.
Once again, for the record, Attorney Jake Brown here on behalf of
Conlon, do you disagree at all with anything your attorney just said?
No.
Now, this is, I'm gonna be a little repetitious here, but I've got to do that to make sure you understand exactly what you're doing. This is a 24-month SOC. Over the next 2 years, you've got to comply with the conditions set forth in that. The most important one to me is learn from the mistake and don't repeat it, especially any alcohol-related anything. There's also a financial obligation here, and it sounds like you've complied with the drug and alcohol evaluation, and you're following up with that. Now, in return for this agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial. If there's a violation and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, we'll have a hearing based on that, and you would most certainly wind up with a conviction for DUI. And I've said many times, and I'll say it again right now, that the DUI conviction in terms of impact on your life is a lot worse than a lot of felony convictions that I'm aware of. You have a chance to get this off your record. I'm going to hope you take care of that. And again, the reason why the impact is so significant on your life is because the number of people we kill. I referred to it earlier, but there hit the news last week. A couple of hockey players back east were bicycling on the morning before their sister was going to get married. They were groomsmen. Both had pregnant wives or girlfriends, and both got run over and killed by somebody who'd been drinking and driving. That's a lot of people's lives are forever altered by that one incident, and that's what happens when somebody drinks and gets behind the wheel of a car. The person, I don't know anything about the 44-year-old that committed the offense, but he's effectively destroyed his life as well as the life of a lot of other people. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We repeat our mistakes if we don't learn from them. I'm going to hope that you've learned as well. Did I miss any of the conditions?
Right, I believe the fee part.
Yeah. I've never been very good with one of these computers. I'm a dinosaur. And that's, I'm still marveling at the things that we're capable of these days electronically. Again, Mr. Conlon, I'm wishing you the best of luck. I had to review a case this morning. Somebody's working on their third DUI. They're not even 21 yet. Okay, that's you've got to learn from this. In your own self-interest. I've had a lot of clients that have put themselves in the hospital or underground because they did the wrong thing. So please learn from it. Any question at all?
No.
The best of luck. Again, you'll both be able to get a copy of the SOC at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully and discuss it with your attorney if there's any question.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Take care.
Mr. Crone, you take care. Good to see you. Not just me, Oak Courts is a little dicey this morning. At the council table. Good morning. Good morning. For the record, your name is Emma Benita Bell Marino. You were on one of these SOCs. for a crim trespass, first degree charge. We're at the end of the SOC and there's money owing. What would you like to do? Pardon? Marino, I'm glad. How much time do you think it would take you to 250? I don't want to put that kind of pressure on you. But Mr. Ratfield, Ms. Marino wants some time to pay the 250. City's willing to agree to that. Why don't we reset your case to October 24th? And I'm going to sign an order to that effect. You'll be able to get a copy of the today's order. If you haven't taken care of by the 24th of October, you don't need to reappear. That's you're relocated. If you haven't been able to do that, you do need to reappear. Okay. Always be a real good idea to give us a call. Contact us to make sure that. I hate to drag you all that way for just a pretty brief hearing, but Ms. Marino, that's yeah. Pretty sure you'll be able to take care of it by October 24th. If you have, give us a call. Make sure that both sides here are on the same page. And what we'll do is gladly just simply give you the benefit of the bargain. Okay. Ms. Marino, thank you for appearing, signing the order as we speak. And again, get a copy of it at the window. Take care. Any questions at all? Take care. back on the record for the 9 o'clock calendar, I'm gonna call the matter of Yelm versus Ms. Ora. For the record, is it Colleen Marie Ora?
Oh, Vera.
Ovira.
Close.
Again, if there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm gonna
It's
find it.
okay.
Matter set for pretrial, I'll turn to your attorney for the status of
Thank
the matter. Doing the statement as we speak. Good morning, ma'am. I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of reckless driving. The plea form references a dismissal of cause ending in number 2794, which is the negligent 1 charge of June 5th. Negligent driving is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, which I would be free to impose regardless of what the parties recommend. Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to the maximum. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
We did. Okay. I don't have a good memory, sorry.
That's okay. I don't either. But and that's something that comes with the
Yeah.
passage of time.
We know.
The passage of time. But anyway, you've discussed the plea process with your attorney and feel you're satisfied as to know what it means to enter
Yeah.
a plea to a criminal offense. With that in mind, I'll ask you as to one count of reckless driving alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on July 29th, 2024. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
I plead guilty. I'm guilty.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Turn to your attorney for the recommended sentence. Recommended fine, $250. So we're out. Oh, Vera, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to tell me anything. You can rely on what your attorney said, but if there's anything you want to tell me or let me know about the situation, now's the time.
I'm fine.
Okay,
I'm really-
it's first, let me indicate that I'm going to follow the recommendation, but I want to cause, it's very concerning to me that you had the 1 charge in June,
I
followed
know.
by, right on its heels by a charge in July. But the good news is that you're here. I've referenced it already and I'll reference it again. It made the news, the last week or two. A couple of hockey players, one just signed a $60-odd million contract, back east. They were, in town for their sister's wedding. Both of them had a pregnant wife or girlfriend. They were out bicycling.
Oh,
Somebody that had been drinking and driving tried to pass a school bus on the right, squashed, killed both of them. It's
wow.
a lot of wreckage, a lot of wreckage. The driver, I know nothing about the 40-some-year-old guy that was driving, but he's destroyed his life, as well as the lives of a lot of other people, including children that don't have.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's why this is as serious as it
Yeah.
is.
I understand.
Good people that ordinarily wouldn't step on a bug,
Right.
do horrible things when
they were kids.
they've been drinking and driving.
Bad.
So it's very important. The most important part of this is, of course, no law violations, especially involving alcohol. The drug and alcohol evaluation. If there's an issue that's, hey, let's find out what it is. Let's deal with it.
Okay.
Let's deal with it. The last thing we want to have happen here is for this to happen again. It's
Totally.
sometimes they can be catastrophic. Here, you're just in court. Nobody's hurt,
No.
including yourself. It's a solvable situation, but whether it's solvable or not is up to you. You've got quite a price to pay here, but it could have been an awful lot
We
worse.
could. Definitely.
And if you violate a condition of the release or a condition of the sentence, you subject yourself to significant jail time. We don't want to go there.
Yeah.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, we all have problems. We all make mistakes. If we don't learn from them, we're condemned to repeat them.
Learned from it.
I sincerely hope so.
Definitely.
I'm amending the paperwork here. Very- Yesterday. So Vera, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. And thank you, ma'am. One matter from the 815, and that's Carissa Yeller, SOC. Many new violations and owes money on the SOC. City wish a warrant. So ordered. Cash or bond? Back on record now, Mr. Haverco, I'll defer to you for the order in which the cases are called, given it's your calendars.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Let's see. First and foremost, let's turn to the 9:45 calendar. And I'll call item number 1, Christopher Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, good morning. For the record, Christopher Freedom Kenny. Matter is set for a pretrial at this
Yeah,
time.
give me 1 second, Your Honor. No, don't sign it. No, sorry. Sorry. Go ahead. Mr. Kenny has just signed a statement of intent on plea of guilty. He intends on entering an Alford plea to one of the counts. Upon the court's acceptance of that plea, the city will move to dismiss the other count. City would be asking normally for the $250 probation fee. We want to be heard as to the sentencing. And I have gone over with him what an Alford plea is. He understands that legally it's the same thing as a straight plea, but he's entering an Alford plea. He does agree that based on his understanding of the evidence available to the city, along with whatever evidence is available to Mr. Kenny that would be presented to a finder of fact, there's a high likelihood that a finding of guilt would be entered. He's also entering an Alford plea to take advantage of the city's offer, which is no jail time on one count and dismiss the other count. And I would just add the other basis that Mr. Kenny's entering an Alford plea is it was his contention that someone, he can't recall who, but he went into the courthouse from where the court or where the order, no contact order was entered.
Pierce County.
Pierce County. And his understanding is that someone had told him, oh, that's been modified. So in other words, the idea that someone at a court told him that was modified. And unfortunately, he doesn't recall, who that person was and that kind of thing. There's no real details on it. And we did talk about the fact that generally speaking on a criminal case, if you're going to modify, a no contact order, it's part of a criminal matter. So generally speaking, you're going to be sitting in court in front of a judge, and having a discussion. It's not something that would really be done in some kind of ex parte or off the record kind of way. But anyway, with all that said, that, he just decided it makes sense to enter a plea today and not have to come back and, kind of get the matter behind him.
Mr. Kenny, again, full name Christopher Freedom Kenny. Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Haverco just said? I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty in O courts here to one count of violating the terms and conditions of a no contact order. It references a dismissal of the second count. Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney? And if you had any questions about what it meant to plead guilty, was your question answered? I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, and that would conclude the matter. And that could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what's recommended. You realize that. With that in mind, was with regard to one count of violating a no contact order within the city of Yelm on July 12, 2024, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises for you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And I do recognize this plea is being made pursuant to the Alford case. That indicates to me that you've looked over the police report and gone over the matter with your attorney and realized that were the matter to go to a trial, could go badly, and you want to take advantage of the plea bargain. Is that correct? I did review the matter. You were in custody back in July of this year, and I did find probable cause for the issuance of the citation then, and I am satisfied there's a factual basis for that. Recommended sentence is all jail time suspended. Mr.
I just
Hackle, you
want to be
heard
heard
on
as to the
fine?
financial request on the part of the city. He apparently is in a situation right now. He's indigent. He's living in his car. He doesn't currently have any ability to pay. I would ask the court to make a finding of indigency and not impose any financial obligations.
City have any response?
The city has no responses to them.
Mr. Kenny, now's the time to tell me anything you want. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything about the matter, now's the time. What Mr. Haverko said is true. Usually in these cases, everything is done on the record with you present there to actually hear the judge. And it doesn't matter what anybody else says about the thing. It's what comes and what the current order is. So it's you sort of do that at your own risk. You may have been in good faith, but you were acting at your own risk. Based upon what Mr. Haverko said, I'm not inclined to impose any monetary fine, but I will sentence you to 364 days, suspend all of that on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. If this no contact order is still in effect, I don't know whether it is or not, but if it is, you need to make sure you abide by it. And if there's any modification of it, that's always done in the form of a written order. Make sure you have a copy of that on you, because some things, I'm telling you stuff you already know. But Mr. Kenny, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That concludes the matter.
Madam Clerk, are there any, or is there anything other than the JNS that the defendant needs to sign and all those documents? That one? Is that the? Oh, okay. Okay. Sign this one. It's an admonition that we can't do this again. All right. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry.
Kenny, I wish you the best of luck, and hopefully you can resolve your living situation in the near future, I'm hoping.
Is that the only one? That's okay. Thank you.
Kenny, for the record, as a result of the conviction, your firearm rights are, until they're reinstated by a court of law, they're suspended. I'm signing the order to that effect, and you'll be able to get a copy of that at the window as well. Any questions at all? Mr. Kenny, again, get the paperwork at the window. Look it over, and if you have any question about anything in the order, give Mr. Haverko a call. Yeah, good luck.
Good luck. Next on the 9:45 calendar would be Kristen Wheaton. It's item number 3.
Morning, ma'am. Is your name Kristen Maria Wheaton?
Matter comes on for the warrant quash calendar. We'd like to ask support to quash the warrant today, and also just conduct a pretrial this morning by way of she has now signed
this thing keeps coming. Oh, so and it keeps coming. Holy. Sweet, and everything is on a computer screen now, and the system that operates this sometimes is a little uncooperative, and add to that my inability to master cyberspace is causes difficulties. In any event, you disagree with anything at all your attorney just said?
Yeah. So yeah, we placed a statement of plea of guilty in Oak Courts. I've had an opportunity to review her case with her this morning. It's an older case, but she recalls the incident. So we're going to be doing a straight plea, and would ask the court to inquire.
Sweet, I'm looking at the plea form now as I speak. Tells me you're 39 years of age. Any difficulty understanding the plea process? Have you gone over the form with your attorney? Any questions you might have had? Were they answered? You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing if I accept the plea. And that could be up to the maximum for the offense, which is 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. As to one count of theft in the 3rd degree, occurring within the city of Yelm on September 17th of 2019, how do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Recommended sentence is all jail time suspended and a $250 fine. Anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but you have a right to tell me anything you want me to know.
I'd like to ask the court to consider waiving the financial obligations on this case as well. She takes care of a couple of kids. She has, I think, 4, but she's taken care of 2 of them. She's lived one with her parents. She may be on assistance. She hasn't worked since around 2012 or so, a long time ago. So I think she meets the criteria for being indigent. So I would ask the court to, based on a finding of indigency, waive the financial obligations.
So do you have any response?
No.
Sweet. Any source of income at all?
Do you have any income? Apparently there's some child support for one of the children, but it's sort of money designated for the child, and so she doesn't have any actual income in her own.
And it's almost never enough. Sweden, I'm going to follow the recommendation in part. 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition of law-abiding behavior. This case goes back to 2019. It's almost September 17th of 2019. It's almost an anniversary of the offense. Glad to see you're finally getting it taken care of, and no, I'm not going to impose any fine given your financial situation. But you have remaining the suspended jail time. I'm glad you're finally getting this behind you. You take care of yourself. Any question? If you would, get a copy of the judgment and sentence at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over. Give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions, okay? Good luck to you.
Still on the 9:45 calendar, item number 4, Mr. Trenton Woodard. Matter comes on for an arraignment. Yep.
All right, sir, is your full name Trenton Schuyler Woodard? Mr. Woodard, the citation I have alleges that on or about August 24th, 2024, you committed the offense of harassment. It's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. A warrant was issued for your arrest because you didn't appear for your last court date. Any reason why you didn't,
So when I
Yes, call from me?
yeah, so,
Uh,
so, but then the officer came the day.
let me tell you this, I accept that, the jail has an incredible amount of turnover. When I sent an order down that had the court date in it originally, and they're supposed to give you a copy of that, but I've learned that, you don't always get a copy of that.
The only thing that's,
In any event, you're asking for court-appointed counsel in this matter?
yes,
I am going to appoint Mr. Evergo to enter a plea on your behalf at this time. If you're indigent, you're entitled to have a public defender at no expense to yourself. You posted a rather significant amount of bail. That brings to mind that you may not be qualified for a public defender. I'll have Mr. Haverco enter a plea for you and then discuss the matter with you.
Your Honor, would stipulate to probable cause in this matter, ask that court enter not guilty plea.
Out of my hearing, I want you to discuss the financial issues with Mr. Woodard. Mr. Woodard, the pretrial we're going to set for October 10th. That's a chance for you to discuss the matter with your attorney. Resolve the case by agreement if you can. If you can't, you're entitled to a public and speedy jury trial. Now, a no contact order has been entered. It's very critical that that be abided by until it's modified. If it's modified, that'll be done right here. That's and not by something that you hear about from somebody else. Any question at all?
is it
Pardon?
because of the protection fund?
That is something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about. And of course, the order of protection is not disregard with Chloe Martin and not with your son. That's there's no order regarding him. But that is something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about. Make sure you exchange contact information. Sign the order. It has your next court date in it and time, October 10th. You can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Conditions release or law-abiding behavior, and stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and reappear for court as directed. And I understand perfectly well that what haven't had that exact problem arise before, but it doesn't surprise me at all. So take care of yourself. We'll see you back here in October.
Turning to the 10 o'clock calendar, item number 1, Cassandra Anderson.
Good morning. Cassandra Marie Anderson, is that your correct name?
Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. Matter to be continued for 12 months on the condition no new criminal law violations, $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Ms. Anderson, I'm looking at a stipulated order of continuance, a contract under the terms of which 12 months from now, the case can be dismissed if 2 things happen. 1, you stay out of trouble. 2, pay a $250 cost. The most important thing by far is stay out of trouble. The In return for this agreement to get the case dismissed, you've given up your rights to go to trial. If there's a violation of the agreement and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction for a crime of dishonesty and expose you to the potential of jail time. Don't want to go there. You have a chance to get this case dismissed. You need to take care of it. Any question at all? I'm signing off on the agreement. And again, I want you to get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Review it. Give Mr. Everco a call if there's any question.
You don't have to sign.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, free to go.
Ms. Anderson, that concludes the hearing. Unless you have any questions, you take care of yourself and thank you for your patience. Take care.
Next matter on the 10 o'clock calendar, item number 5, Joshua Hottinger. Matter comes on for pretrial for suspended driving second degree. His status has, through DOL, been reduced to third degree. And based on that, I believe the city has a motion.
Yeah, city's moving to amend to, no ones,
Recommended fine.
150.
Mr. Hottinger, that's, you now have a civil infraction, not a criminal offense. If you admit you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on July 16th, I'll impose a $150 fine and that'll conclude the matter. Do you admit or deny?
You need to.
You're now third degree. Do you know what you need to do to reinstate your license? Usually money. Usually it's money. I make it your project in life to get that license reinstated as soon as possible. We live in a world where you've got to be able to drive. It makes it so hard, especially we're in the rainy season now. Somebody I represented many years ago, they had construction, they had to bike about 10 miles each way to the job site. It's not fun, not fun. Get the license reinstated, Mr. Hottinger. Sign an order to the effect, get a copy of that at the window, and as long as you make the payments, you're fine. If you get yourself in a financial situation where you can't make the payments, let us know. We can deal with it. Okay. Good luck to you. Take care.
Mr. Mendoza? No, wait a second. No.
Morning, sir. For the record, it's Emmanuel, middle initial L Mendoza.
Yeah.
He is signing a speedy trial waiver right now. We're asking to reset the matter.
How far out?
He is still working on completing an evaluation process. And so we're asking more time, ordinary course. I'd suggest resetting at least 4 weeks.
It's
4 to 6.
October 24th.
Sure.
October 24th. Mr. Mendoza, I realize sometimes difficult to schedule and complete an eval. We're going to reset the matter to October. Give you a chance to do that. That's October 10th. I'm going to sign an order to that effect. And what I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window. Any conditions of release earlier set remain in effect. And most important is don't drive unless licensed and insured, and don't drink and drive. Any questions at all? Signing the order electronically as we speak. Please get a copy of that at the window, and we'll see you back here in October. Good luck to you and take care of yourself.
Next matter is going to be Ms. White Plume, item number 12 on the 10
Afternoon.
o'clock calendar. I've had some discussions with the city I believe the city may have a motion on this.
Your Honor, city moving to dismiss.
I hear no motion, and with that, Ms. Whitebloom, case is dismissed. That concludes the matter entirely. I'll sign an order to that effect. Any questions at all? Thank you for your patience. Thank you for appearing, and good luck to you, okay? Take care.
Mr. Wilson? This is Robert Wilson. He's number 13 on the 10 o'clock calendar. I believe the city has a motion to dismiss on this matter as well.
Yes, Your Honor, city's moving to dismiss.
Well, Mr. Wilson, that's about as good a resolution as you can hope for. I will, upon presentation, sign a order of dismissal. What I have to do is pull that off of the Mr. Wilson, I want to thank you for your patience. You take care of yourself. Hopefully, this conclude the matter. You take care. You as well.
Next matter on the 11 o'clock calendar is going to be Derek Berger. And he's going to be entering a straight plea to count 2, ignition interlock device violation. Upon the court's acceptance of the plea, city would move to dismiss count 1, suspended driving 3rd degree. Recommendation is all suspended jail time. To also be suspended for 12 months on the condition no new criminal law violations, $250 court fee, after which time the case can be closed.
Full name, Derek Martin Berger. Do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverco just told me? As soon as I get back to the dashboard, Mr. Wilson's order is signed. Berger, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock. Plea form tells me you're 54 years of age. Any problem at all reading, understanding the plea process? If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, this being a gross misdemeanor. You realize that. With that in mind, as to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle within the city of Yelm, without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing on April 29th, 2024, how do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
Find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Mr. Haverco, anything about the recommended sentence?
It's an agreed recommendation. I think I do.
364, 250?
Correct.
Anything to add, Mr. Redfield?
Nothing to add.
Mr. Berger, anything you'd like to tell me? I am going to follow the recommendation. Dismiss, DDoS 3rd, 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, and have ignition interlock if required to do that by the Department of Licensing. It's, without going into your history here, you're behind a bit of an 8-ball here, but I want you to work on getting your license reinstated. That's having to live without being able to drive here and there is a bit of a burden. Signing the judgment and sentence as we speak, Mr. Berger, what I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully, and if you have any question at all, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Good luck to you. Good luck. Mr. Horton?
This is Marco Horton, item number 7 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Parties have reached an agreement that being a stipulated order of continuance, continued for 12 months on the condition of no criminal law violations, $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Full name Marco John Horton Sr.
John, we thought we went to that last time. Mother stuff.
That was my memory. Sorry, that was Marco John Horton Jr. I'm looking at a statement or a stipulated order of continuance here in the old court system. Have you gone over the agreement with your attorney? Now, it's a contract under the terms of which, if you do what you're obligated to do here, which is stay out of trouble, pay $250 in costs, 12 months down the road, I'll open the file, dismiss the case. If you violate the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police report, and that'll result in convictions, which will bear the possibility of jail time and fines. You have a chance to get the case dismissed. I want you to take advantage of it, okay?
I'd like to take that.
Pardon?
I'd like to take that.
You have that opportunity. Your attorney has put you in that position. Signing off on the agreement.
He's done his due diligence.
That's, he always does. Always does. I want you to get a copy of the agreement at the window, review it carefully, and if you have any questions at all about it, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
I can wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself,
Well, thank
Mr.
you.
Horton, and hopefully you won't hear from us again. But if you do have trouble making the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that.
100%.
They-
Thank you.
Take care and good luck. Goldman, good afternoon. Gloria J. Goldman, go ahead and have a seat.
City has a motion.
City's moving to this.
Hearing no objection to the city's motion, the case will be dismissed upon presentation of an order dismissing the case. Ms. Goldman, I take it the matter's been satisfactorily resolved. I'm going to sign an order of a dismissal. That's going to take a minute. Excuse me, but if you want, you can get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. But of record, case is now dismissed. Nope, you don't need to sign anything. Nope. I'm the only one that does. Thank you, ma'am. You take care of yourself.
Couple of people I need to speak with, Mr. Contreras, Mr. Athe, the 11 o'clock. This is, we can take up this matter. This is Ivani Villegas. It's a couple matters. It's item numbers 12 and 13 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Let me shift gears here a little bit.
For the record, full name Ivani Rose Marie Villegas.
So a couple matters come on before the court. One being a suspended driving third case from July 19th, another being a neg driving one. And then the suspended driving third case. So as part of sort of a global resolution here on the negligent driving first degree case, we're going to be doing a stipulated order of continuance. And the case that count is supposed to be continued for 12 months on the condition of no criminal law violations, $250 court fee, at the end of which time it'll be amended to negligent driving in second degree, the civil infraction. The suspended driving third degree case on, not case, but count on the neg driving case. That count is to be dismissed today. And then secondarily, the other suspended driving third count under item number 12, that's to be amended to, on the city's motion, no vol with ID, and a bail amount of $100. So the total cost should be $350 between the two.
Ms. Villegas, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Havercoat just said? Okay. You've got an agreement here under the terms of which the one count, DLS third, is dismissed today, I understand it.
Yep.
And the other neg driving in the first degree is continued for, put off for a period of 12 months. And if during the 12 months, you abide by the other conditions in the order, which are mostly just stay out of trouble, pay the costs. If you do that, the charge will be amended to the civil infraction, no longer a criminal offense of negligent driving in the second degree. Much better on your record, much better for your insurance premiums, and no possibility of any jail time. The $350, you can pay over time, but that needs to be paid within the year. We can put you on a payment program, and if you have trouble making the payments, give Mr. Havercoat a call, okay? Now, if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, as it says in the agreement, no trial, no appeal, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would subject it to possibility of jail time and a conviction for a fairly serious offense. Any question at all? I want you to get a copy of the agreement. I've signed off on it. Get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And good luck to you. Take care of yourself. Swan, come on up.
She's on the she's on the 10 o'clock calendar, item numbers 6 and 7 on for confirmation.
Yes.
I just conferred with the city. Currently, the city is going to confirm today for a I believe, a bench trial, and the defense will confirm as well. There may be some continued discussions perhaps, but at this point in time, I believe both parties are confirming.
And bench trial is set for 9/26, September 26th. That's our next court date. As long as we're confirming for trial on that date, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Sometimes it's possible to resolve things at the last minute, sometimes not, but I want you to be prepared to go to trial on the 26th of this month, 2 weeks from today.
2
is
weeks
when
from
it
today.
is.
Yeah, yeah, before you leave, just go see the clerk and she can print you something out. Yeah, just 2 weeks.
We'll need
Yeah,
a
yeah,
notice.
free to go. Oh, does she need to sign?
Madam Clerk is just a notice,
Oh.
a notice to appear. As long, we'll see you back here 2 weeks from today. You take care of yourself, and again, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Any questions at all?
Before you go.
Take care.
Should I have her sign it here? Sure, just wait 1 second. Okay, all right. Go ahead. You just get a copy of that.
You get a copy.
Yeah.
At the window. So,
This, I think I already have your number, but give me your number again. Thank you.
Ms. Long, thank you for appearing.
Me, 3 folks I need to speak with.
We'll be in recess. Back on record, Mr. Everco, I'll defer to you for the order in which
Thank you, Your Honor.
your cases are called.
Go ahead and sign here. This is Mr. Contreras on the 11 o'clock calendar.
Amador, middle initial D, Contreras, I assume? It's, your full name is Amador? Middle initial D, Contreras.
Keep going.
I better change that then. Amador J. Contreras. Yeah, J.
So, parties have had, some discussions here. We're proposing to resolve this by city wants, an agreement to do a traditional alcohol drug evaluation, comply with any recommended treatment and follow up in the usual DOI conditions. The parties are proposing a little bit of modification. They're proposing that because he's currently admitted to the program and it's stated in the letter from Gates of Freedom, he started this faith-based inpatient treatment program, which I think involves moral recognition component. Yeah, and so what we're anticipating is that in lieu of a traditional alcohol drug assessment, of which this organization is not, that the city has agreed that in lieu of that, he can participate in this program. They do want him to do the DUI victim impact panel component now within 90 days. The program physically and even sure that it's in places where he can take that class, and they've indicated that it can help him get there, take that class. Otherwise, the traditional requirements, other than the $990.50 fee to be divided over 24 payments, which the other requirements are put in abeyance conditionally, so long as he participates in this Gates of Freedom program. The agreement is supposed to be such that if he is terminated from the program early and doesn't complete it, then he would have to comply with a standard alcohol drug evaluation. They will complete this program, then that would be sufficient.
Contreras, yes, I'm looking at this stipulated order of continuance, and it does involve a treatment program that I'm not familiar with at all, Gates of Freedom. That's evidently not state certified, but different things work for different people. That's it. If this is working for you, I'm all for it. That's goes without saying. And as Mr. Haverco indicated, as a part of the agreement, if you do fall out of that program or abandon it, that'll reduce you back to the requirement of going through the state approved evaluation and treatment process, whatever it might be. In any event, you have this 2-year agreement under the terms of which, as long as you complete the agreement, stay out of trouble. That's much more important. $990.50 by way of costs. That looks like it works out to be about $45 a month. That'll be in the agreement. Victim impact panel within the next 90 days. File proof of that. And any one of a number of agencies give that as well. If you complete your obligations here 24 months from now, the criminal charge of DUI will be reduced to a much less serious offense of negligent driving in the first degree. That's a significant reduction, and it's not passed out very often. In return for this agreement, you've given up your right to go to trial. If there's a violation, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a DUI conviction. I'll say again, DUI conviction is worse in terms of impact on your life, much worse than a lot of felony convictions that I'm aware of. I'm signing off on the SOC. I'll want you to go to the window outside the courtroom to your left. Get a copy of it, read it over carefully, and give Mr. Everett a call if you have any questions. We learn from our mistakes or we're condemned to repeat them. I keep saying that. And this is a mistake that results for some people in catastrophic kinds of consequences. Somebody dies, somebody's put in the hospital, somebody winds up in the penitentiary for a couple of years. Don't want to go there. So Contreras, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. And again, get a copy of the agreement at the window. And all I can do at this point is wish you best of luck and please learn from the experience. Good luck to you. And thank you, sir. You take care of yourself.
The next call, the 11 o'clock calendar, Brian Ape, item number 1.
Brian, middle initial D, I think. Good morning again.
Parties are proposing a stipulated order of continuance, conditions meeting 12 months, no criminal law violations, $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Mr. Athey, you've heard me talk about the SOC process. And again, it's a contract. If you do your end, hold up your end of it, case goes away after the agreed period of time. If you violate the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and you know where that would go. That was period of the continuance is 12 months. $250 is the cost, $25 a month. Now, given the nature of the charge, the number of people ODing and dying from the drugs that are available now is pretty horrific. I've been at this long enough I haven't been here for sat in this chair for 2 weeks, but during those 2 weeks, I lost 2 people that I have represented in the past too. Well, you can guess what? That's save your life. Leave the substances that'll kill you alone. I realize it's every individual has to choose what they want to do, but I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, get a copy of today's agreement at the window, look it over carefully. Please call Mr. Averco if you have a question, okay? Mr. Athey, any question at all? Take care of yourself. And I'm going to go look at that map when I get the chance to. I will. Travico, we're back on record. I'll defer
Thank-
to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think the parties have reached an agreement, that being, it's going to be a 12-month SOC, but the charge of assault domestic violence, this had to do with a brother type situation. The charge is first to be amended to a disorderly conduct first today by way of the city's motion and agreement. Then the disorderly conduct is to be placed on a 12-month stipulated order of continuance on the condition of no new criminal law violations, $150 probation fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Full name, Ronald Goffigan Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez, do you disagree with anything that your attorney just said? You've gotten an agreement under the terms of which a pretty serious charge was reduced to a much less serious charge right now. It's now disorderly conduct. We'll hold that charge for a period of time. If during the next 12 months you stay out of trouble, law-abiding behavior, pay costs in the amount of $150, case will be dismissed. Okay? You've given up your right to go to trial for the agreement. If the city proves a violation, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports and you know what would happen there. I'm aware that I remember the case from a ways back. It's brothers. Yeah, I have 7 brothers, and between brothers, there's always issues that arise. The important thing is learn how to deal with them without getting physical. It's we all have a temper. Some we have fuses shorter than others, and perhaps in your family, somebody's fuses are pretty short. But you've got a chance to get this thing off your record. It's already a much less serious charge. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and I'm hoping that all is well among your family members. Yeah. Well, I'll stop right there. So Sanchez, good luck to you. What I want you to do, get a copy of the agreement at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully. And if you have any question about what it meant, give Mr. Haverco a call. Any questions of me? Good luck to you, and thank you for your patience. We'll go with the no shows or
Yeah.
we should.
Let's see.
Yep.
So on the 10 o'clock, Robert Christian, I did have a conversation with him. I think that's the fellow who's wearing a black outfit, and he was wanting to have a trial, set up a trial to show the untruthfulness of the Yelm Police Department. But he didn't give me any indication he wouldn't be here today, so I did anticipate him being here today. So, but I did talk to him about a week or so ago, and
Is it possible that he was just confused?
sure, yeah. I mean, I would ask. My ask would be to note the FTA for speedy trial purposes and reset it with new notice. Yeah.
Note that FDA for speedy trial purposes, reset with notice to Mr. Christian. Next would be Candy Hand, no surprise there.
Let's see if I had any luck. No, I have no luck. I've had no contact with her.
1,500.
So ordered. We dealt with Ms. Long is confirmed for trial. How about Bart? I think the last one I have is Bart Rowley.
Let's see. Oh, I did have a number, but I called it. Number was no good, and I have had no contact thus far.
He's got bail posted. Date of violation, October of 23. Yeah. What does that tell you? Forfeit with the appropriate notices and 1,500 cash or bond.
Let's see.
Next one I have is Carver.
Yeah, let's see. I actually spoke with them on June 27th. And then he had FTA'd for court last time, and I tried to contact him subsequent to this 627 contact, and I haven't had any contact since then. So I mean, my ask would be to note the FTA for speedy trial purposes, and to reset it with notice.
But given the charges, I think that's appropriate. Garrett, any objection? Reset with notice. Note the non-appearance for speedy. Dennis LeBleu.
So I have had a conversation with him in the past, and I didn't have a new one because I thought we would just deal with it based on our July 26th conversation where we had discussed a resolution of the case. So I assumed it would just be the same resolution. I didn't bother to call him this time because of the previous conversation. So I don't have any new information as to why he's not here. But I guess I would have
Want to do
court
the
to
same?
note the non-appearance and reset with notice.
Garrett, any objections?
Tuesday.
Note the non-appearance, speedy trial purposes, reset with notice. I think given, I could see an misunderstanding there. And memorial, BC.
I don't have any contact information for that person. Yeah, I don't have I have no information. Two thousand 2018 case.
Release recused PR by myself on August 29th with her firm assurance that she would appear on September 12th. Sword. And it's I think that covers the,
Yeah, I think that covers all the,
that covers everything.
yeah, and on the, on the 945, if, I don't know if there's a warrant out, there was a Victor Manuel Macias Perez. I don't know if the court addressed that matter. Oh, okay.
City wish, it's a DUI, city wish warrant. Yeah, 25. So ordered, 2,500. I forgot. Good afternoon. You're here for an arraignment. I'm going to call the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. Before I call you up, one at a time, I need to advise you of a couple of things. Most importantly, you're entitled to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding, including the arraignment, which is today. Mr. Haverko is our public defender. He's seated at the council table. He will represent you for today's hearing and throughout the course of the case, should you be indigent. Typically, almost always, a plea of not guilty is entered at this proceeding. There's no great statement about the case. What that is the way to preserve your rights until you've had a chance to discuss your case with an attorney and negotiate, if you can, a resolution that's acceptable to both the city and yourself. If that cannot happen, you are entitled to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense is alleged to have been committed. If you have any question at all about your rights, about what you're charged with, ask either Mr. Haverko or myself, any question you might have. Is Sarah Anderson here? Now, a number of people, you're going to hear names called. Nobody appeared. When I'm done with the calendar, I will go back through the cases, and for those that did not appear, if there was probable cause for the issuance of the citation, I'll issue a warrant for their arrest for non-appearance. So you've at least saved yourself a warrant by just showing up today, and I thank you for that. Once again, Sarah Lee Anderson does not answer. Diana Bain, B-A-Y-N-E. Likewise does not answer. How about Matthew Byer? Mr. Byer is seated in the front room. Mr. Byer, if you have a seat at the council table next to Mr. Haverko, we'll address your matter at this time. Full name, Matthew, middle initial W, Byer. Mr. Byer, you were cited for the offense of driving while license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. There's going to be a number of people in the courtroom that were cited with that only. And the city may well have a motion on that case. I see the nod. The motion is to reduce the charge from a criminal offense, which bears up to 90 days in jail, to a civil infraction. Civil infraction bears no jail time. And in this case, that civil infraction is no valid operator's license on your person with valid ID. If you admit the commission of that infraction, I'll assess a $150 fine. If you deny the infraction, you're entitled to have a contested hearing, and we'll set that for the next available court date. Any question at all about what I just said? Do you admit or deny that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on September 4th? Mr. Byer, I will set the fine. I'm signing an order to that effect at this time for $150. The important thing here, do you know what to do to get your license back? We live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive just to function. I would make that a project to get your license reinstated as soon as you can. That's most generally it's a matter of money, which there never seems to be enough. But I want you and everybody else here to do at this point is to go to the window outside the courtroom to your left. You'll be able to get, excuse me, a copy of today's order. Look it over carefully, and if there's any question, give us a call. Also, if you have trouble making the payments or not able to do so, let us know and we can certainly deal with that. We'll figure something out. If you don't make the payments and we don't hear anything from you, things go to the Department of Licensing, and we don't want to do that. Any question at all? Electronically signing the instrument. I want to thank you for your attendance, Mr. Byer, and you take care. And you're good to go. Christian Cabrera. Come on up, have a seat. Full name, Christian Louis Cabrera. Mr. Cabrera, the citation alleges that on or about September 4th, 2024, you committed the offense of reckless driving. Reckless driving is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum sentence on the conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, that's the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Cabrera, you were cited for a failure to stop. It's a civil infraction. We'll just continue that along with the criminal offense, which is now set for October 10th at 10 o'clock. Cabrera, get a copy at the window if you would, and stay in touch with Mr. Haverko and make sure you're back here for your pre-trial, okay? Thank you, sir. Signed in order in the docket number 6. How about Jeffrey Domingo? Good afternoon, sir. Jeffrey, middle initial M, Domingo. Mr. Domingo, you also were cited with driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. You may have heard what I said before, and the city may have a motion and does so move in this case. The city, instead of a criminal charge, you now have a civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit it, I'll assess a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've just said? Do you wish to admit or deny? I'll assess 150. And again, I'll ask you, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? A number of years ago, a client of mine who could only make minimum wage, he worked his way through $14,000 worth of tickets. Some people have a lot more than that. I would urge you to get started on trying to take care of that. It may take time, may take a lot of money, but the longest journey, one step at a time. Mr. Domingo, good luck to you. You take care of yourself. Don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window. And again, if you have trouble making the payments, let us know. Thanks for your patience. Edgar Asal Enriquez Avila. I'm going to mispronounce a name or two, at least one. If I mispronounce your name, sir, I apologize. And yeah, if there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm going to find it. Is that your full name, Edgar Asal Enriquez Avila? Your citation alleges that on or about September 2nd, 2024, same offense, driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. City have a motion in this case? Yep. The city makes the same motion for you. Charge is now reduced to a civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, I'll assess a $150 fine. We can also set it for a contested hearing if you deny it. Any questions about what I just said?
No,
Oh, hey, congratulations. Okay. I don't know. I'm not able to tell whether you're under SR 22 requirement or something right now, but I would check the Department of Licensing to make sure. What a lot of this is about is insurance premiums, how much that costs. I'll assess 150. You can pay that at 25 a month. And I want to congratulate you on getting reinstated. And now that you have your license back, keep it. It's pretty easy to lose it, a little harder to get it back. Take care of yourself. And don't forget to get a copy of the order at the window. Thank you. David Hernandez? Does not respond. Charlie Jackson? Charlie Robert Jackson does not respond. How about James Owen Kavanaugh? How about Corey Keene, Keene? Imogene Lane? Ma'am, thank you for appearing. Thank you for appearing today. Let's see. Imogene Alfreda Lane. Citation charges you with a criminal offense. The city may wish to amend that charge, change it. The city is changing the charge to no valid operator's license on your person. Civil infraction. If you admit that, it's a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can have a hearing later on that. I'll take your head shake as an admission. It's a $150 fine, and we'll set your payments at $25 a month. Is that going to work? Do you know what you need to do to get your license back? Check with Department of Licensing. They'll be glad to tell you, and I would make that a project in life to get your license back. Ms. Lane, any questions at all? It'll take me a moment to sign the order on today's hearing, but I want you to, when you leave the courtroom, go to the window outside to the left, ask for a copy of today's hearing, and you'll be able to get that. And if there's a problem making the payments, just let us know. Okay? You take care and have a good day. Thank you, ma'am. Samantha Lehman does not respond. Daniel Lenz does not respond as well. Tina Nadzak. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name Tina Marie Nadzak. The citation I have alleges that on or about August 28, 2024, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll do so at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ms. Nadzak, a plea of not guilty, again, preserves your rights. I want you to exchange contact information with Mr. Haverco. Pretrial will be October 10th. That'll be on the order that you get a copy of at the window. Any question at all? Good luck. Any conditions of release or simply stay out of trouble, law-abiding behavior, and show up for court. Thank you, ma'am. Take care. Richard Petty. Richard Petty in the courtroom. Mr. Petty, good afternoon. You had the misfortune of getting cited for driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree as well. City may have a motion in your case and does so move. It's now a civil infraction. You've been paying attention. So any question about anything I just said? Do you admit or deny? 150 it is. I'll sign an order to that effect. And again, do you know what you need to do to reinstate? Takes a lot of time to reinstate, and you can lose your license so quickly. But I would make it a project in life to get that reinstated. Signing the order, setting the penalty. Go ahead and go to the window outside the courtroom, get a copy of the hearing and order, and good luck to you. Good luck in getting reinstated. Take care of yourself. Jeffrey Poe. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Jeffrey Blaine Poe. Mr. Poe, you're cited for two things: disorderly conduct. That's a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty upon conviction for that would be 90 days or a $1,000 fine. Also cited for obstructing law enforcement in the performance of his duty. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulated probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Mr. Poe, what I want you to do is exchange contact information with Mr. Haverco at this time.
Hello, I can't hear you.
Before you go, take a left turn, go to the front.
Are you able to hear me now?
She'll give you-
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
I can't hear you again. I can't hear.
I haven't said anything yet. I will now.
Okay.
Sir, is your full name?
Not, I won't talk to you again.
Mr. Poe, thank you.
I'll catch up with
Is your full name Shane Minor Quigless?
Cheyenne Minor Quiglets, yes.
Mr. Quigless, you were cited with the criminal offense of driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. That's a misdemeanor bearing 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. Given the nature of the charge, the city may well have a motion in your case. And the city has nodded that they indeed do. That motion is to reduce the charge to a civil infraction. Civil infraction doesn't bear the possibility of any jail time. You admit it or deny it. If you admit that you committed the infraction of no valid operator's license on your person, I will assess a penalty of $150. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing later. Now, do you have any question about anything I've just said?
No, sir.
You admit or deny that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited on August 26th?
I admit.
I'm going to assess a $150 fine. Now, I believe we have your address. You're out of state, I believe.
Yes, sir.
We will be mailing you a promise to pay that. What you'll need to do is sign that and send it back. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Quigless, I want to thank you for appearing. Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
Actually, I've already gotten it back. I had a breach on my information on my credit card, so I had to close my credit card, and my insurance payment got caught up in one of those payments that was returned for my SR22, so which in turn dropped my license, but I do have it back now.
What you need to do is drive in such a fashion that no officer even notices you on the road. Time will go by, all these requirements drop off, and life will be much better. I want
Yes,
to thank
sir.
you for appearing, Mr. Quigless. We'll be sending you the today's order. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Leroy Reyes. Mr. Reyes, good afternoon. I have to say for the record, is your name Leroy Reyes?
Yes.
Mr. Reyes, you were cited twice for driving a license suspended or revoked, third degree, once on August 27th, and then a few days later on September 3rd.
City, no.
Both of those are criminal offenses. Maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail each and a $1,000 fine each. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you on this matter now, and he'll enter a plea on your behalf.
So
To
it
each
looks-
charge.
Yeah, it looks like there's, two matters, would stipulate to probable cause on both matters. Ask clerk to enter not guilty pleas on each. Yeah, phone number.
Reyes, I've now signed the order. Conditions of release are these: law-abiding behavior, and that includes don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. The cited twice for the same offense. That is something you need to talk to Mr. Haverco about. Now's not the time. Plenty of time between now and the pretrial to discuss the matter with Mr. Haverco and decide how to proceed. Mr. Reyes, go ahead and get a copy of the hearing judgment at the counter. And thank you for appearing. Craig Clinton Schneider. Good afternoon, Craig Clinton Schneider, your full name.
Right.
You were cited also with driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. And I think in your case, city may have a motion in that case. There's another city is moving to amend that charge to no valid operator's license on your person, and we'll set a penalty of $150 on that. If you admit it, if you deny it, we can set it for contested hearing. Okay, will do. Also, you're on for review. You've got an SOC. There's a $325 due on that. What do you have any intention of bringing that up to date at all, or?
Well, actually, they'll.
Was it cash bail you posted
Yeah.
for yourself?
Yeah.
You posed it for yourself or somebody else?
For myself.
If, once the case is, disposed of, and you've appeared on it and when you're supposed to, yes, you get money you've posted yourself. If you bought a bond, you paid for that bond, and that's the 10% that, you gave to the bonding company.
Right.
But if it's your own cash, You'll get that back once the case is concluded. Now,
Could I pay my fine out of that?
what I'm trying to do is exit this particular, there I am. We're going to set a review hearing on the other charge. These charges are unrelated. That's on the diversion charge. That's a theft that goes back to 2017. What I'm going to want you to do is do we still have a bond posted in that case? Cash bail, okay. Apparently cash bail was posted, and yes, that's that is something we can take up at the next hearing. We'll set that for the 26th of the 12th for on the diversion. Oh, the 26th. We'll have you back on the 26th, 8:15 in the morning to address that. And at that point, see if you can work something out with the city. These diversion agreements, they're kind of contracts between yourself and the city. And it's pretty much up to what the city wants to do. But yes, if cash bail is available, that's certainly something that can be talked about between the two of you. And also Mr. Haverco is available to represent you. The attorney you did have back in 2017 is no longer with us. September 26, 8:15 in the morning. Mr. Schneider, I'm signing a order to that effect. Go ahead and get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. We'll see you back here on that date. Any questions at all? Thank you for appearing. Good luck. See you in a couple of weeks. Paul Harvey Scott does not hear. Michael Robert Shinyama. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Michael Robert, middle initial P, Shinyama.
Correct.
If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. But you were cited for driving a license suspended or revoked, 3rd degree, and the city may well have, and is nodded in my direction, has amended the charge from the criminal offense to the civil infraction. That means you're now cited for no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit that, I'll assess a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Any question about anything I've said?
No.
What do you wish to do? Admit or deny? 150 it is, and do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
No, there's a couple of things that
It's could be any one of a number of things. Yeah, check with the Department of Licensing and they'll be glad to tell you what you need to do. You know, very often it boils down to a matter of money, some way, shape, or form. But Shinyama, I'm signing the judgment on today's hearing as we speak. If you would, please go to the window, get a copy of that. And if you have any trouble making the payments, let us know. We can deal with that, okay? Good luck to you, Mr. Shinyama, and thank you for appearing. Take care. Pomnoy Sehakath does not respond. Last name is spelled Sihakhoth, just in case. Riley Dale Spears. Good afternoon, ma'am. Full name, Riley Dale Spears. Ms. Spears, you also were cited with the criminal offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. And the city, in your case, may have the same motion.
yes, the motion.
The charge has now been reduced to the civil infraction of no valid operator's license on your person. If you admit that, I'll assess 150. If you deny it, we can set it for contested hearing. Any question? I'll take that as an admit. Now, do you know what you need to do to get your license back? Money, yeah, money. The Spears, we're just adding to the misery here, more money, but, I'd make that a project in life to get your license reinstated. You're finding out, as have a lot of people, it's pretty easy to lose it and, a little harder to get it back. The Ms. Spears, I've signed an order to this effect. If you have trouble making the fine payments, let us know. Give us a call and get back on the calendar. We can certainly deal with that. Good luck to you. Take care. Donzale Anthony Stewart. Good afternoon, sir. Is that your full name? Donzale Anthony Stewart. That's it. Mr. Stewart, the citation I have alleges that on or about September 4th, 2022, you committed the offense of reckless driving. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time. He'll do so.
Stipulate the probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Stewart, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set here. What I want you to do is exchange contact information with Mr. Haverco, if you would. Pretrial set for October 10th, 11 o'clock. Mr. Haverco's, his contact information is going to be in the order that you'll get a copy of. Conditions release are, stay in contact with Mr. Haverco. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. No criminal law offenses, and of course, be back here on October 10th. Any question at all? Stewart, thank you for your attendance and your patience. Don't forget to get a copy of the order, and we'll see you back here next month. Thank you, sir. Take care. And we will calendar the civil infraction right along with that. Got to see. Nicholas Tajon, spelled T-A-J-O-N. I'm probably mispronouncing that. You answer. How about Carmen Velasquez Allende? Good afternoon, ma'am. If you want to bring your child up with you, that's fine. Is your full name Carmen, middle initial Y, Velasquez Allende? I hope I didn't mispronounce your name. Citation alleges that on or about August 5th, 2024, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree domestic violence. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Your Honor, would stipulate the probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Pretrial order will have Mr. Haverco's contact information on it. I want you to give him your contact information so he can discuss your matter with you. That concludes the hearing today. Law-abiding behavior, no hostile contact with your child, and we'll see you back here on October 10th. Any question at all? See you back here then. Thank you for appearing. Josu Israel Ventura. Good afternoon, sir. I hope I didn't mispronounce your name. How do you pronounce your first name, Joe? Ventura? Citation alleges that on or about September 6th, you committed the offense of not having a valid license without identification. We don't see that charge very often. Without identification, the criminal offense. With ID, second degree is one. Without, that's actually a criminal offense. Sometimes the city's willing to amend without the with.
Yeah, okay, yes, city will.
That's your choice. It's just, we never hardly ever see this. Mr. Ventura, do you have an identification card or anything that you can? I would try to get a license or some form of identification. It'll make things a little easier. In any event, the city has amended it to a civil infraction. If you admit it, it's 150. If you deny it, we can set it for contested hearing. What would do you admit or deny? But with a criminal offense, you plead guilty or not guilty. With a civil infraction, you say, I admit it, I did it, or deny it, I didn't do that. So if you admit that you didn't have a license on your person when you were cited, I'll fine you $150. If you say, hey, that's not right, that's a bad citation, I didn't do that, we can set it for a hearing later. Do you think you might like to have an interpreter here before you do anything, or would you like to have an interpreter here before you do any? Yeah, if you admit the infraction, I'll assess 150. If you deny it, I'll take your okay as a yes, Mr. Ventura. Don't be sorry about anything. What I want you to do is check into getting some form of identification, Washington State ID card, anything. That'll make your situation a lot better. Yes, just anything that identifies you. I'd make that a project. Mr. Ventura, I've signed I have now signed the today's order. I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and feel free to come back if you have any questions. But yeah, I want you to do your best. Do the best you can to get an ID card or something. That's a good way to start. You take care of yourself. So. We have one person left. Are you here for court? Okay, let's go back to that matter. Come on up. You're a little bit late.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. The important thing is you're here now. Trevor, I guess I'll defer to you. Do you want to reset the matter or film a few moments and talk about it?
I think the city may have a motion.
Your Honor, city meeting dismissed.
There's two, three: obstructing, resisting, disorderly.
Yeah, it's two different cases. One case has a couple of charges on one date, and then there's another case on another date.
Yes, the city's moving to dismiss both charges. So ordered upon presentation of an order. Mr. Christian, city's moving to dismiss the cases. There's two of them here against you. That'll conclude the matter. Upon presentation here in a moment, I'll sign electronically the order. If you want a copy of it, you can get that at the window. You don't need to get a copy of it unless you want it. Any questions? What now?
He wants to know if he can object to the city's motion to dismiss. I mean, he can. Right. Right. Yeah, I think he feels, do you mind if I speak? Okay. I think he feels like I think at one point he was thinking he wanted a jury trial for the purpose of bringing to light to the community what he feels is the untruthfulness of Yelm Police Department. So he might now feel, I guess in a sense, deprived of that opportunity or ability.
Mr. Christian, I can see where that might be something you want to do. However, if we did go to a jury trial, there'd be 6 citizens that don't know anything about the case or anything about you. That's the way juries are supposed to be. So if you do have a problem with the truth of any police officer, you can file a complaint with the chief of police, or if it's against the entire department, against the city manager. But that's something you need to discuss with Mr. Haverko. As far as it's the city's case. If they want to dismiss it, that's kind of their choice, and I really don't have any choice but to dismiss it. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Mr. Christian, I now have the order in front of me, and I'm now signing electronically the dismissal order. I'm going to wish you the best of luck here. I realize, I wasn't there when whatever happened. I didn't see it. I'm not in any position to make any judgment on what happened, and I shouldn't, as I sit here, know anything about it unless it comes to me in a trial. But I'm hoping that it's been an experience that won't be repeated for whatever reason. Mr. Christian, sign the order now. You want a copy of it? Get it at the window, and I'll wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. And with that, I believe we'll go off record at this time. Paul, you're a little bit late here, but go ahead and have a seat. Going to call the matter of Tribe versus Paul Harvey Scott. Mr. Scott, good afternoon. How are you? Good. Citation I have alleges that on or about August 28th, 2024, you committed the offense of loitering in connection with drug-related activity. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on first conviction would be 180 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter as well. And he's going to enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, asks the court to enter not guilty plea. You don't have the phone.
Mr. Scott, it's good to see you. Good to have you show up. We're going to reset the matter to October 10th. Conditions of release are, you know what they are. Law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, don't go places you're not supposed to go, and no drugs. No drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Scott, what I want you to do, get a copy of the hearing order at the window outside the courtroom, and that way, and we'll see you back here next month. Review the warrants. Back on record for the 1 o'clock no-shows. First I have is Sarah Anderson, docket 1, page 14. Find probable cause for the issuance to her of DWS third, operating a vehicle without ignition interlock, 1,000 cash or bond. Next would be Diane Bain. Find probable cause for the issuance to her of a citation for theft, 1,000 cash or bond. Next is David Hernandez. Due to the officer's note, dismiss docket number 9. And I do find probable cause for the issuance of citation did for assault 4th degree DV on August 20th, 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Charlie Jackson. PC was previously found when I released him from custody, 1,000 cash or bond. Mr. Kavanaugh. And DWS third to Noval 2. And FTA that, failure to transfer title to amend that to expired tabs, FTA that as well. Corey Keene, I'll reset to the 26th and send a letter to the lady that posted the bond and say, hey, look, he didn't show up. Chances are bond's going to be forfeited if he doesn't appear next time. Well, it's not his money, it's hers, I guess. And he has a record that's pretty considerable. So next I have. Oh gosh, yes. Probably won't the next time, but hey. Samantha Lehman. Find probable cause for 2 DWS citations, one 827, the other 93. Oh, one each, 1,000 each. After that, Daniel Lenz, probable causes previously found for him when I spoke to him in custody, 2,500 each. I didn't expect him to show up. And then Hamnoy Sihikot, I did find PC on him when I spoke to him in custody and released him on his promise to appear this date, 1,000 cash or bond. And the last I have is Nicholson Tajon, docket number 33. Find probable cause for crim trust 2 on him, 1,000 cash or bond. And that Mr. Sanders, come on up. We can take your matter now. You were excited for expired tabs, $237, and you want me to mitigate the ticket. I can certainly do that. You also have a right to defer it. However, it's a non-moving citation, so it doesn't have anything to do with your insurance, I would think.
Yes, there is a potential it could affect my work, just due to that we check driving records, but I don't believe it will be an issue.
We can do one of two things. I can defer it. You're entitled to do one non-moving and one moving deferral every 7 years. Deferral is a way of keeping it off your record. Every court does it differently. I charge, what do I charge? 150, 100, 100, sorry. I charge 150 for a deferral, and you have to go 4 months without a citation, pay us 150 for the price of the deferral, and attend an online traffic safety school is what they call it. A number of things are given, and we can give you the information on that.
Okay.
If I mitigated it, I'd mitigate it down to 150 too, but that would go on your record. Defer it, that gets dismissed and doesn't. Would you want to do the deferral?
I think I prefer the deferral.
That's what we'll do then. That's what we'll do.
I'm not too familiar with the process, so bear with me.
No, well, the general wisdom is with insurance, what hurts you, your insurance rates are moving violations, speeding, negligent, that sort of thing. Non-moving violations, technical tabs expired. That's by theory, that is not supposed to really have anything to do with insurance.
Gotcha.
But, there's other things, other considerations, employment, CDL, whatever have you. So, but no, you're entitled to do it once every 7 years, and you've still got your moving violation and deferral if you want to use it, but we'll do it that way.
Yeah, I don't plan on making it a habit to use them, so.
It's, driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life, very likely. And in your own enlightened self-interest, your insurance premiums, the better you're driving, the lower they are.
Yep.
And apparently all the new cars, they have monitoring built-in devices to where, and supposedly insurance companies are getting the information sold to them or got one way or the other regardless. I don't know.
Yeah, it's technology.
But yeah, again, your own safety, the safety of others on the highway out there, you just see too much angry driving, and you hear too much about carnage that's the people that get hurt on the road. I'll sign an order to the effect of deferring it for a Sanders, I'm signing that as we speak. What I want you to do is get a copy of that, today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. The 150 has to be paid within the 4 months. Sooner you get that paid, better off you are.
Right.
And then what we'll do is check your record 4 months from now. No new citations, dismissed.
Understood.
I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Happy motoring, and you have a good day the rest of it. Any
Thank you.
questions at all?
No, none. Thank you.
Take
Y'all
care
have
of
a good
yourself.
day.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Call the matter of Robert Snow. Mr. Lloyd, good afternoon. It looks like you're muted. Go ahead and unmute yourself and we'll address your matter. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm waiting for my client, Mr. Snow, to arrive. He should be here momentarily, I believe.
In your office or here in the courtroom or?
He was going to appear there live.
Oh, okay. Haven't seen him yet, but it's early.
I do have a couple matters we could address without him being here if you wish, or we can just wait till he's here, whatever you prefer, Your Honor.
It's a civil matter, so he's not an indispensable party. If you're willing to waive his presence, I'll hear any preliminary motions you wish to present now.
Fair enough. The first motion I have, Your Honor, is well, let me first establish for the record, Robert Lloyd representing Mr. Robert Snow, who we just discussed, should be arriving shortly, but we have a couple matters we can address. The first one, Your Honor, being in reference to the speeding allegation. There's no foundation for that pace. There's nothing to establish that the speedometer was certified or calibrated in any way. The officer doesn't indicate that she's been trained in the art, if you will, of pacing. There's nothing to reference the distance of the pace or the time of the pace. And then I think equally fatal is the fact that she says, and I quote, "I paced him at approximately 50 miles per hour." And it can't be an approximate. She has to state an actual speed.
Courtroom, we don't need approximate very often.
Exactly. So for those reasons, I move to suppress the speed allegation of speed or the statement of whatever, but I don't think there's a proper foundation for that.
Taking a look at the officer's statement here. Yeah, I'm going to grant the motion for a number of reasons here. I don't know if she paced him with a stopwatch, sundial, or whatever.
Exactly.
Suppress, and I'll, based on your next motion to dismiss the speeding, I'll do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next issue is in reference to the insurance, and Mr. Snow's calling me now. I suspect he's in the parking lot. Do you mind if I take this real quick? No, he quit calling, so hopefully he just enters the courtroom.
Go right ahead.
I think he's going to just enter the courtroom is my guess. I told him to call me when he got there. But on the issue of the insurance, the officer indicated that he passed her his proof of insurance, which when Mr. Snow gets here, he'll show you he did. He has two insurance cards, the one that he passed her that shows that the insurance expired in September of this year. So she must have misread it is our only conclusion. And then he just got his new insurance card. So that issue, we're going to need him to present you that document so you can see it for yourself. On the next issue of the expired tabs, he consents to that, and on that one, he's asking for a mitigation. What happened there is he was recovering from a life-threatening illness. He was undergoing chemotherapy. He hadn't driven the vehicle for a while. He just beat his illness. It was a cancer, and he was very excited to go get his car, take it for a drive. He was going to get the tabs that day. He already had insurance, and you'll see when he comes in, he got the tabs like an hour later. But that one he consents that he did have expired tabs, and he's just asking for the court to understand that he wasn't able to drive the vehicle for several months due to his chemotherapy, and this was his actual first day of driving the car, and as luck would have it, all these events happened. So with that said, if we could take a brief pause, I will call him and get him in the courtroom, Judge.
Okay, great. I'm inclined to take your word that you're satisfied he had insurance in effect when he was cited.
As an officer of the court, I can tell you, yes, he did.
He doesn't need to show me anything.
Fair enough.
Not in the courtroom yet, but bring him in and we'll finish up the rest of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll get him in right away. Your Honor, are you there?
We just got word from,
Mr. Snow is on his way. He's stuck in a construction project that he wasn't aware was there. And he apologized, and he's going to apologize to you personally when he gets here, but he's doing all he can. He says he's 4 minutes out by his estimation.
we'll hang tight, until he's there. If you want to go on mute and do something, and we'll message you when he shows up. But,
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Talk to you soon. Talk to you soon.
Sir, you, Mr. Stowe,
Yes, sir.
come on in and go ahead and have a seat. Your attorney's here by way of Zoom. Mr. Lloyd is present and can hear what we're saying now. Mr. Snow, I hope you got here safely.
I did, and my deepest apologies to your honor and the court.
No reason. I'm aware that there is some construction, and that always holds things up a little bit. Anyway, in your absence and before you got here, your attorney found some deficiencies in the speeding ticket. Managed to get the results of the officer's estimation of your speed suppressed. I consequently dismissed the speeding ticket. And he informed me that you likewise did have actual insurance in effect.
I do, your honor.
And so on my own motion, I'm simply going to dismiss that. And I'm going to turn to him now with reference to the remaining matter, and that's a renewed registration matter. Mr. Lloyd?
On the renewed registration matter, Mr. Snow acknowledges those tabs were expired and he's asking to mitigate that. As I had indicated, he had some health issues, a life-threatening illness, cancer to be specific. He's in fact gets his port removed on this coming Friday, the 19th. But he's successfully whipped that. He's very happy about that. And he'd gone to take his car for the first ride since his treatment, was going to get the tabs. He knew they were expired. Anyhow, he got pulled over before, and so that is what it is, but he's asking for the court to understand the situation. And by the way, on the speeding thing, not to bring that back up, but he would tell you he wasn't speeding as well. There's a whole story behind that, but we don't need to bother the court with that. But I don't want you to think this guy was running fat. You know, he was in a string of cars and like I said, he knew his tabs were expired. He was in the process of getting those. And in fact, I believe, Mr. Snow, didn't you get those that very day?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm sure we all have been in a situation where it's either speed along with the rest of the traffic or get run over. Well, that's just how it goes. Mr. Snow, the 237 is a little much for how about we reduce that to 150? Is that going to work? And you can make payments on that 50 a month?
I can pay it today.
If you can pay it off today, that'll resolve the entire matter. 150 is much better than 972, which is what we started out with earlier.
Thank you, your honor.
Yep, drive carefully. Driving the cars, you read about the problems we have out there, so keep it on the road. And of course, in your enlightened self-interest, the better you're driving, the lower your insurance premium. So I'm signing an order reflecting today's ruling. 150, you get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left. And if you want to pay it at that time, you're free to do so. They don't trust me with the money, so you're going to But I want to wish you the best of luck. Take care. I'm glad to hear you're doing better physically and things are on the mend. That's always good to hear.
Your honor, I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate the court's patience today.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you, your honor.
A copy of today's order as well.
Yes, sir.
So you take care of yourself and
Okay.
you have a good day and hopefully you have better luck getting back through the construction.
Thank you, your honor.
Mr.
Thank
Lloyd,
you very much, your honor. Take care.
Thanks. Take care. We'll be sending you a copy of today's order.
Thank you, sir. Take care, Judge.
Good to go.